Good morning to the 2022 IGSSA Head of the River. Today is hosted by John 23rd College on behalf of the school and Mrs. Robert Henderson, Principal. I'd like to welcome you all in person and those following online to today's event. Before we begin, I'd like to just thank the following people for making today possible. To Four Style Media for getting an amazing live stream happening today, to Louise Carson at IGSSA for organising all the events throughout the season, and of course the Head of the River today, to Rowing WA for managing all the administration behind the scenes, to the umpires, to the head of programs, to the coaches, and of course the athletes. So before we begin today, I'd just like to have a couple of announcements. The first one is there are QR codes located in front of each supporter tent that will link you to today's full program. Live results you can view on your smartphone, and of course we are live streaming online on YouTube. There is a morning tea as always. The host school has got a fantastic morning tea that you can come down. You can sit upstairs and have your morning tea from the upstairs pavilion. We have bacon and egg burgers, sausage sizzle, cake stall, hot drinks. Please come down and support the host school, John 23rd, today. We have a raffle. There are plenty of prizes and all money goes towards supporting school girl rowing. Lastly, the merchandise. The host school is selling fantastic Head of the River merchandise available for orders for those who did not get their pre-orders in. The close for final orders is on the 27th of June. There are also links to the merchandise ordering page in the program. At 9:45, we will be doing the Senior 8 draw. So please, if you are involved in those races, can we get the coaches down to the finishing tower at 9:45? And I will remind you a little bit closer to the time. The first race we have today is the Old Girl 8s, which is a fantastic event. And then we go into our normal programming, starting with the Senior A Coxed Quad at 8:36. Just a couple of minutes before the first start of the first race, and we are looking forward to a fantastic day. The conditions today are, I would say, perfect, and we're looking forward to some fantastic racing and some fantastic outcomes. So for the Old Girls 8, the lane order today, we have in lane 2, John 23rd College. In lane 3, we have St Hilda's. In lane 4, we have PLC. In lane 5, we have Penrose. In lane 6, we have MLC. And in lane 7, we have Perth College. So for those wondering what the lane looks like on the live stream, it is from left to right. We have lane 8 moving across the course to lane number 1. And for those standing and joining us in person, lane 8 is, of course, the one closest to the island. And lane 1 is on the far side. The girls are getting into position at the moment. We are getting close to the first start. And I can see that the crews are lining up in their lanes. There's a couple that are still on a slight angle to heading down the course, and we imagine they'll be starting in the next minute or two. And we have a start in the old girls 8, a very quick start across the whole field. A lot of these girls are still rowing in the rowing community. Some are maybe in their first race back for a couple of years. And it looks like at this stage it is the middle lanes out in front. It looks like PLC has a slight lead across the first 150 metres, but still very close at the beginning of this race across all crews. But it is PLC who's maybe got a quarter of a length lead over St Hilda's and Penrose. You can see the rate is high. Normally these girls, especially if they're rowing after school, are used to racing 2,000 metres, and they are racing 1,000 metres today. And it is PLC who has got themselves out to a bit of a handy little lead. They're probably 3/4 of a length over, it looks like St Hilda's and Penrose in second and third. With about 250 metres down in this race, it is PLC out in front. Very, very closely followed by Penrose and St Hilda's on the two outside lanes, on the lanes two outside of them. And it is on the inside lane, in lane 7, Perth College, who has pushed through MLC and are coming up to Penrose, but it is PLC out in front. St Hilda's has dropped back, as has John 23rd. So at this stage, it is PLC out in front. And then on the inside lane, in lane 7, we have Perth College pushing up through the field. They look like they're in second or third spot at the moment. And as it is PLC who have extended their lead. It is Perth College who have got themselves half a length clear of the rest of the field behind them in second spot. Then we have Penrose, MLC, St Hilda's and John 23rd. As we approach the last 300 metres of this race, it is PLC still out in front, very closely followed by the rest of the field, but it looks like Perth College in second spot being challenged by Penrose, and MLC just behind them, followed by St Hilda's and John 23rd. They're through the red buoys now. That means 250 metres to go. It is PLC with a sizable lead, maybe a length and a half of clear water ahead of Perth College, then Penrose, MLC, St Hilda's and John 23rd. As they approach the finish line, the rating has come up in the PLC crew, striving for the line. They look like they have a pretty comfortable lead, and it will be coming into the last 100 metres, PLC out in front, followed closely by Perth College, then Penrose, MLC, St Hilda's and John 23rd. With about 4 or 5 strokes left to row, it will be PLC who are going to take out the first race of the day, the Old Girls event, about a length clear of Perth College, a length back to Penrose, who are half a length clear of MLC, a boat length clear of St Hilda's, and then another boat length back to John 23rd College. So we do have a start in our current girls racing, the first race of the day, which is the Senior A Cox Quad. In lane 4 we have St Hilda's, in lane 5 we have MLC, in lane 6 we have Penrose, in lane 7 we have Perth College, and in lane 8 we have PLC. So the senior quad, the Senior A quad for this year has been won across the 3 regattas we've had racing this season by Perth College and PLC. I would say they are the two favourites for this event today. And with a very strong start, it looks like those two crews are out in front, fractionally ahead of the rest of the field. Very, very closely pushed by St Hilda's, MLC and Penrose College. As per the form I just read out before, it is PLC who are taking a lead over Perth College. And those two crews, still with overlap, Perth College about 3/4 of a length down. They have moved away from the rest of the field. Following closely behind them, maybe 3/4 of a length down, we have St Hilda's and MLC. And then Penrose College in 5th. So with about 800 metres left to race, it is PLC who have managed to get about a boat length lead over Perth College, who are a boat length over MLC, half length back to St Hilda's, and then another half length back to Penrose. I currently had them at a stroke rate of about 32 strokes a minute as they approach the halfway mark of this race. It is PLC out in front with Perth College pushing them all the way. This is the make or break 500 of the race. This is where the crews have the abilities to either push away or get back in station with the crews in front of them. And you can see that Perth College is lifting their rating and they are trying to move back up to PLC. And it is those two crews moving away from the rest of the field, but it is PLC on the inside lane who have managed to extend just a little bit of the broken the tether on Perth College, and they've managed to get clear water between themselves and Perth College in second place. Moving back in the field, we have MLC who have pushed ahead of St Hilda's and Penrose, with St Hilda's in 4th and Penrose in 5th at this stage. If Penrose can have a really big 500 here, they might be able to get back on terms with St Hilda's, but it is PLC out in front and Perth College in second, about a length down. With about 400 metres, 350 metres left to race, it is PLC. Perth College really need to go here if they want to be able to match them, but it is PLC who I've just seen lift their rate. They're about 34 strokes a minute now, winding for the line, as is very well known in the PLC community of what they do, and they are really wanting to put a exclamation point on this race. We still have close to overlap with the Perth College crew, and these two crews are rowing away from the rest of the field. There's 200 metres left to race. It's a very tight race. Perth College can still get in front here if they start winding with a really big push now, but PLC will have to let them come through, which, as we know, PLC is not used to doing that, and they have lifted their rate as well. But the two front crews are about 35, 36 strokes a minute. PLC's seen the threat that Perth College has put on them, and they have responded with about 50 metres left to race. This one's going to come down to the wire. Perth College has managed to get back onto about half a length down. It looks like they might just run out of room, and it will be PLC winning the first race of the day. 3/4 of a length over Perth College, followed by MLC coming across the line in about 2 or 3 strokes, and Penrose has managed to push in front of St Hilda's, so that will be MLC in 3rd, Penrose in 4th, and St Hilda's crossing the line in 5th. So that was the PLC crew coached by David Milne taking out the Senior A Cox quads, 3/4 of the length over the Perth College crew.
Standby 1 and next race. Camera 1 is live. We are on race 3 now. So Mark, you are clear. But yeah, so if you can just get the winning board across the line.
We have a start in race 3 on today's program, which is the Senior B Cox quads. In lane 3, we have St Hilda's. In lane 4, we have Perth College. In lane 5, John 23rd College. In lane 6, Penrose. In lane 7, MLC. And on the inside lane, in lane 8, we have PLC. PLC have managed to win this race across the 3 regattas leading into the head of the river, and Perth College has come second in each of those races as well. So we're expecting PLC and Perth College to be at the front for this race, but as we all know, preceding form does not indicate what will happen on the day. And the girls really do need to put it down on the day to ensure that they can get across the line in first place at this head of the river.
Camera 1, I'll tell you who is the leading board. It is the leftmost board, the board on the left. Quite a big lead.
So it is PLC who have a length lead over Perth College,
Standby 1 and
who have a length lead over the rest of the field.
thank you, camera 2. Coming to 2 and 2.
So as we approach the 1,000-metre mark, it is PLC out in front, followed by Perth College. And then in third place, it looks like it is the Penrose crew.
He is the second from the right. Second from the right, yeah. Stand by. And
My mistake, that is John 23rd College.
live. From here, Lee, you can pull up to see the full field. Nice, okay.
So it is PLC ahead of Perth College, followed by John 23rd and St Hilda's, and then we go back to Penrose and MLC. But it is PLC who has really, really extended their lead here. This is a very, very dominant performance. They probably have about 2 to 3 boat lengths over second place, which is Perth College, and they are 2 to 3 boat lengths over the rest of the field. At this stage, it is St Hilda's and John 23rd fighting it out for third and fourth spot.
Can we see the first board, please? Thank you. Stand by 2 and 2.
With about 500 metres left to race, it is PLC out in front. About 3 boat lengths over Perth College. And then the race for third and fourth and fifth and sixth is really, really tight. It looks like it's John 23rd and St Hilda's for third and fourth. And then we have Penrose and MLC for fourth, fifth and sixth. It's a little bit hard to see on the drone footage who's in what position, but you can definitely tell that PLC have a very, very healthy lead over Perth College. And then I still think it's John 23rd in third spot. MLC's pushing up on John 23rd. I'd say it's John 23rd, St Hilda's, MLC, and then Penrose. As they approach the Red Boys, which is 250 metres to go, it is PLC out in front, about 2 to 3 boat lengths ahead of Perth College. And then a real fight for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. At this stage, it is John 23rd in third spot. And then it's a real fight between St Hilda's, MLC, and Penrose for fourth, fifth, and sixth. You can see all crews are lifting their rate as they wind for the line, and PLC has definitely done that. They're up around 34, 35 strokes a minute. Massive finish from these girls. They have a very comfortable lead, and they are still driving for the line. This obviously means a lot to them, and they don't want to rest on their laurels. They want to really put an exclamation point on this race. With about 100 metres to go, it is PLC ahead of Perth College. And then it is John 23rd. MLC's having a really big push now. They're pushing up with Penrose on St Hilda's. So as we go to the finish line, it is PLC in front. Perth College, with about 4 or 5 strokes left to go, will get second spot. And then there's a really big fight for these final placings. John 23rd at the moment have the third place. Then it looks like it's St Hilda's, followed by MLC and Penrose. But anything can change in the last 100 metres. You can see St Hilda's lifted their rating. They want to try and get that third spot. MLC and the Insiders have a really big push to get back on terms, but I don't know if they've got enough left in the tank. It will be between John 23rd and St Hilda's. They are bow ball to bow ball. There's about 5 or 6 strokes to go. This is anyone's race for third. And it will be John 23rd holding off a very fast finishing St Hilda's crew. And then we move back to 5th and 6th, and it will be MLC over Penrose College.
Yep, stand by, and 3 is live. Camera 1, you can go back to the start.
We have a start in the 4th race of the day, which is the Senior C Cox Quads. In lane 3, we have John 23rd College. In lane 4, we have St Hilda's. In lane 5, we have Perth College. In lane 6, we have MLC. In lane 7, we have PLC. And in lane 8, we have Penrose.
Still on drone. Camera 1, the leader is the second lane from the left. That's the leader. Stand by 1, and 1 is live. So you've got 1 and 2.
So it has been PLC and Perth College who have managed to get a win each in the preceding regattas. And just like the previous races, they are the 2 favourites for this event. It is PLC who, I believe, have a small lead over Perth College as we approach the 12:50 mark.
And camera 2 is live.
So it is PLC out in front, Perth College in second. Then we have St Hilda's in third. Then Penrose College in fourth, MLC and John 23rd. But is it MLC that's pushing up the Penrose for that 4th and 5th spot? Very tight at this stage. Out in front, though, it is PLC, probably a length clear of Perth College, a length clear back to the rest of the field, although it does look like St Hilda's is in third spot as we cross through the 1,000 metre mark.
Camera 1 is showing. It's easier to see it in this shot.
As we move to the 750 metre mark, halfway down this race, it is PLC out in front in lane 7. Then we have Perth College. It is still St Hilda's in third spot. And then it will be MLC in fourth, Penrose, and then John 23rd.
Stand by.
This PLC outfit across all their seniors is starting to put down a very dominant performance across the first 3 races.
And if you wind it up to include the third, 4th,
And they have about a length and a half clear over Perth College, who are a length and a half clear over St Hilda's, and then half a length back to the rest of the field.
you've got 1, 2, and 3 now. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4 now. Okay. stand by 2. That's a nice angle too. Ready, and 2 is live.
With about 600 metres left to race, it is PLC extending their lead over Perth College. They probably have about a length and a half clear of Clearwater over Perth College, who are 2.5 lengths over St Hilda's, half length back to MLC, a length back to Penrose, and then John 23rd.
Camera 2, I'll just take you for a bit in a while. You got a higher.
So for all the old girls who raced earlier today, we will be having presentations up at the pavilion at 8:55, and there is a good opportunity to socialise with your peers. But as we move back to the race, the Senior C Cox Quad, it is PLC with about 300 metres to go, who are a length and a half clear over Perth College. And then it is back to St Hilda's, MLC, Penrose and John 23rd. MLC has pushed right back up onto St Hilda's for that third spot, and that's going to be a very, very tight finish. No doubt in the leaders at the moment. It is PLC out in front, a length and a half clear, still on the Perth College crew. Both crews coming down at about 34 strokes a minute. Perth College maybe slightly lower at 32. PLC really do have a good finish across the board, and they are showing that today with about 100 metres left to race. It is PLC out in front, then Perth College, and then MLC has managed to push themselves into third spot over the top of St Hilda's, Penrose, and then John 23rd. But with 4 or 5 strokes left to go, there's no doubt in the winner of this event. It will be PLC crossing the line in first place, followed by Perth College, 2 lengths of Clearwater, and then we move back to MLC in third spot, who have really had a great last 450 metres to get themselves a length clear of both Penrose and St Hilda's. St Hilda's have got a really fast finishing challenger with Penrose on the inside. It's going to be very tight to see who gets that 4th spot. MLC will get 3rd. MLC in 3rd, and then we have St Hilda's on the inside lane trying to challenge Penrose on the inside lane trying to challenge St Hilda's in the middle of the course, but it will be St Hilda's getting across the line. Half a length clear of Penrose, followed by John 23rd. Event 5 is on the course at the moment and racing down. This is the Senior D Cox Quads. In lane 5 we have PLC. In lane 6 we have Perth College. In lane 7 we have Penrose. And in lane 8 we have St Hilda's. And they are coming down in that order. We have PLC out in front, followed by Perth College, followed by Penrose, followed by St Hilda's, all with about a length of Clearwater between each crew.
Take you for a little bit more too, and then you free after this.
With about 500 metres left to race, it is, or 400 metres left to race, it is PLC about 2 lengths clear over Perth College, a length back to Penrose, and then 2 lengths back to St Hilda's. As they approach the Red Boys, which is 250 metres to go, it is PLC with a comfortable lead, but they will still wind for the line, as is very well known of the PLC crews. They have about 2.5 lengths over Perth College, a length and a half back to Penrose, and then St Hilda's. So this PLC crew, which is coached by Anna Gunsberg, is striding for the line. 150 metres to go. They have a 2.5 length boat lead over Perth College, followed by Penrose and St Hilda's. And with 50 metres to go, the excitement is building in that PLC crew. I can hear their coxswain realising that they are going to get the chocolates for today. The celebration's about to begin in that crew as PLC crosses the line in first, followed by Perth College, then Penrose and St Hilda's. So that is PLC taking the win, and that gives them a clean sweep of the senior Coxed Quad events. So the next event on the program is the Year 10 A8s. At the moment, they're just moving into position. We do not have a start yet, but the lane order is John 23rd in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Perth College. In lane 5, we have Penrose. In lane 6, we have MLC. In lane 7, we have St Hilda's. And in lane 8, we have PLC. This has been a really interesting bit of racing over the last 3 regattas, and we have PLC with 2 wins. However, the winners in last week were St Hilda's. So it'd be interesting to see if they can carry that form through and understanding that they are trying to peak at Head of the River. So this event is going to be up for grabs. MLC also has some great results with a 2nd place at last regatta. So the Year 10 A8 is an event where your consistency does matter. It is a lane draw on the day based on getting the lane that's got the most favourable conditions, and the The school that chooses first on what lane they would like is the school that has the most points across the first three regattas, and in this case that is PLC, followed by St Hilda's and then MLC. So we're not far away from a start. I can see the crews are paddling down to the start line, all in their lanes. It should only be a couple of minutes before the start of this next race. We have a start in their 10A8s. Remembering the three favourites for this are PLC, St Hilda's and MLC on the inside three lanes. Looks like a very, very even start, and it looks like it might be MLC out in front at the moment. They started on a little bit of an angle, so they are just got to correct that. We will slow the boat down, but they look like they're back within their lane now, and they are moving forward. It is PLC and MLC who have got a small jump on the rest of the field, followed by Perth College, who are also challenging PLC and MLC at the front of the race. I have the top three crews rating about 32, 33 strokes a minute, as you'd expect for a start. Now, normally the starts are between 15 and 30 strokes, depending on what the coach has given to the athletes as part of their race plan. After that, they will lengthen out a little bit, find that race rhythm, and settle into that race rhythm for the next 1,350 metres. With about 250 metres done, it is still a very, very close race between all schools. It looks like it is PLC with maybe a canvas lead over Perth College. MLC matching Perth College, so Perth College and MLC second and third, and then we go back to St Hilda's and Penrose, and then John 23rd. But there is less than a boat length between the first five crews. With about 500 metres done, 1,000 metres to go, it is PLC out in front, very, very closely followed by MLC. This is going to be a very tight race if these two can hold station the whole way down the course. Then it's followed by St Hilda's. And then Penrose and John 23rd. There is at this stage about a canvas lead, maybe a couple of seats as well of PLC over MLC, and then we go back to Perth College, who are probably half a length down on MLC. Then St Hilda's, Penrose, and John 23rd. As we go through the halfway mark, it is MLC who have just lifted their rate to challenge up to PLC, and it looks like they are all square at this stage. So this is going to come down to PLC versus MLC, and Perth College are only half a length down. They need to move with those two crews out in front to make sure that they have enough, they're close enough that they can wind for the line and hopefully get over the top of both those crews in the last 500 metres. But this is going to be a very, very tight race. Behind them, we have St Hilda's and Penrose fighting it out for 4th and 5th. And it looks like it is St Hilda's ahead of Penrose, so they are in 4th spot, and they're going to be pushing up to Perth College, but it is MLC and PLC who are managing to pull away from the whole field. There's still only about a canvas between them. And it is really, really tight racing as we move into the last 500 metres. So we know that PLC have a great wind, and MLC needs to go with them to put themselves in a spot to get over the top of them in the last 250 metres. But as we move through the 500 metre mark, probably 450 metres to go, it is PLC who have managed to get maybe a canvas, maybe they're up to 2 seat away from the MLC crew who have responded. Then back to Perth College with St Hilda's, and then Penrose. And in the 10A8, it is PLC leading MLC as they come into the last 250 metres. MLC really need to go now. They need to respond because the PLC crew has probably moved out to about a half a length lead. Not enough that, not a big enough lead that MLC can't come over the top of them. And I can see MLC have lifted. PLC with a great finish. They've always got a great finish. They're really hard to get over in the last 250 metres. But here comes MLC really driving for the line. And then it's back to St Hilda's, who have gotten, and Perth College in line with each other, then Penrose, then John 23rd. And with about 150 metres to go, it is still anyone's race between MLC and PLC. And here comes MLC. I think they might have got their noses in front. This is going to be a crazy last 150 metres. Both crews are rating through the roof, probably about 36 strokes a minute, and it looks like MLC may have just got about a quarter of a length lead in the last 100 metres. They lifted when they needed to. And I think it's going to be MLC who have managed to get over the top of PLC in the last 150 metres, get themselves about half a length clear, and it will be MLC, PLC, followed by Perth College, St Hilda's, Penrose College, and John 23rd. So that was the Year 10 Coxed 8 won by MLC, coached by Nick Sumich, and that was their first win for the year. And what a time to do it. We do have a start in the next event, which is event number 7, the 10B Coxed 8. In lane 3, we have John 23rd. In lane 4, we have MLC. In lane 5, St Hilda's. In lane 6, we have Penrose. In lane 7, we have PLC. And in lane 8, we have Perth College. So as we approach the 1,000 metre mark, 500 metres done, 1,000 metres to go, it is PLC out in front ahead of MLC in second spot. And then we have John 23rd in third. followed by Penrose, St Hilda's and Perth College.
Stand by one.
So as we go through the 750 metre mark, halfway down this course, we have PLC with about a length of clear water over MLC, followed by Penrose and John 23rd fighting it out for third and fourth spot.
That's 1, 2, and 3 in your shot. Camera 1. Coming back to 2. Stand by 2, and 2 is live. The one on the left, camera 1, is the leader.
So it is PLC out in front, looking very long, very strong, and extending their lead over the rest of the field. They probably have 2 lengths clear water over MLC, back to Penrose, followed by John 23rd in fourth. So Penrose has managed to get there about half a length clear over John 23rd, and then we go back to St Hilda's and Perth College.
3. You've got 1 and 3. Stand by 2. Stand by 2, and
There's no doubting the leader of this race. It is PLC, who are 2 to 3 lengths clear over second spot, who are a length clear over third and fourth. At this stage, it is PLC out in front, MLC in second spot, and Penrose has managed to get away from John 23rd, St Hilda's and PC to be in a fairly comfortable third position.
and coming to 1, and 1 is live. Camera 2, drone is clear. Take them home on 1.
250 metres left to race for the leaders, and it is PLC out in front, still followed by MLC, and then it is Penrose in third spot, who have managed to pull away from the rest of the field and really, really cement that third spot for them. Then it is very tight between John 23rd, St Hilda's and Perth College on the inside lane. But it is 200 metres left to race, and PLC well and truly out in front, looking like they're going to sew up this race as well. Ahead of MLC, then Penrose, and then a really, really good tussle between John 23rd, St Hilda's and Perth College. I would say John 23rd has fourth spot, St Hilda's in fifth, and PLC in sixth. With 100 metres left to row, it will be PLC taking the win in the 10B8 by about 3 boat lengths over. Well, it's very tight between second and third, and Penrose have really pushed up on MLC. I don't know if they're going to be able to get over the top of them, but it will be, it will be MLC in second spot, about a length clear of Penrose, and then a very, very tight race between fourth, fifth, and sixth. So that is MLC in second, Penrose crossing in third spot, and then John 23rd looking like they're going to get through in fourth, which they have done. A length clear of St Hilda's, who are at canvas ahead of Perth College.
Shot, Mark. I'll let you finish shot. Stand by 2 and
The next race coming down the course is the 10C8. We have 3 entries in this event, which is in lane 6 Penrose, in lane 7 Perth College, and in lane 8 we have St Hilda's.
3-boat race.
And it is St Hilda's with about a length and a half of clear water over Perth College, who are half a length clear of Penrose.
Stand by 1, coming to 1 and now just hold on, this is the race. Yep, that's good. 2.
So for all those people who may be new to rowing and maybe this is their first regatta they've seen, there is a difference between the boat classes. This is what we like to call a sweep boat, where the girls have 1 oar. There is also a sculling boat, which you saw before in the Coxed Quads, where the girls have 2 oars each. And as we approach the 700 metre mark, it is St Hilda's with about a length and a half of clear water over Perth College, who have managed to get themselves about a length of clear water over Penrose in lane 6. With about 400 metres to race, it is still St Hilda's in the lead, looking very comfortable, rowing very well in time and extending their lead with every stroke over Perth College, who are about a length of clear water over Penrose.
Thank you. 1 coming to you in a minute. Thank you. 1 and 1.
And you can tell it is a St Hilda's boat as they have the distinctive sky blue on their blades. They are very comfortably out in front with about 300 metres left to race. What a fantastic job all these girls have done
Camera 2 is clear.
as year 10s, and it will be St Hilda's out in front, Perth College behind them, followed by Penrose. And they have gone into the red buoys, which does indicate 250 metres to go. They will be very excited that they're in the final the final section of the race, the closing section of the race. And it will be St Hilda's with a very comfortable margin over Perth College ahead of Penrose in lane 6. What's most important for these girls is that as they get tired, they ensure that they are keeping their blade work clean, they're staying in time, they're moving as one unit. As the saying goes in rowing, doesn't matter what you do, just do it together. And that is what this St Hilda's crew is doing, and they will be crossing the line in a couple of strokes, taking out the 10C8. In second spot, we have Perth College. And Perth College crossing the line in second spot, and behind them we have Penrose. So we have about 500 metres left to race in the schoolgirls A single.
There are 4 in this race.
And there are 4 in this race. We have in lane 4, John 23rd, in lane 5, Perth College, in lane 6, PLC, and in lane 7, we have St Hilda's.
Camera 1, I'm staying on you. I don't seem to have.
It is the John 23rd sculler out in front. That is Jemima Broderick. She's got a comfortable lead over the PLC sculler Sophie Hardcastle, who's followed by St Hilda's Emma O'Neill. And then Perth College.
Yep, you got them all. Camera 1.
And with 250 metres to go in this schoolgirl A single, it is John 23rd out in front, followed by Perth PLC, followed by St Hilda's, and then Perth College. John 23rd has about a 2 boat length lead over the PLC sculler and is moving very well. You'll notice the rating is a little bit lower than it is in the 8s, but that doesn't mean the boat speed is anything less, and these girls are really, really winding for the line here. The John 23rd sculler with 150 metres to go. She's lifted her rate. He's pushing for the line. PLC's trying to respond. She's got a bit of work to do to get over the top of her, but she has really lifted. The John 23rd sculler needs to also lift her rate to ensure that she's going to stay out in front. With 100 metres to go, I think she will. She's had a look across at PLC. I think she knows she can win this one. The John 23rd school will be very, very excited about this as their host regatta, getting their first win for the day. With 2 strokes to go, it is John 23rd, about 2 lengths clear of the PLC sculler.
3 is live. Coming back to 1, and 1 is live.
3 lengths clear of the St Hilda sculler.
Okay, thank you too.
And then we have Perth College in 4th.
Stand by. 1 and 1. These are single sculling events here.
So we have a start in the schoolgirl single scull B division, and it is John 23rd out in front in lane 6, then back to PLC in lane 7, followed by Perth College in lane 5. The John 23rd sculler Lara Sivrite is probably about 3 or 4 lengths clear over of the PLC sculler Millie Roberts, ahead of the PC sculler Rhiannon Ferdinando. with about 500 metres to go, is a very, very dominant performance by this John 23rd sculler. She has about 5 or 6 boat lengths of clear water over the next crew, which is PLC, followed by Perth College. And I know that John 23rd is very excited about this. This is their second event in a row where they should be getting a first place as the host school. This is fantastic to see that these scullers are getting out there and putting down such dominant performances. But the race is not over yet. We have about 400 metres left to run. Shouldn't count our chickens before they hatch, and it is John 23rd out in front, but still a lot of race left to go. The race for second and third is also very tight, with PLC ahead of Perth College. But anything can happen in the last 400 metres, and Perth College, if she does want to get up into second, will need to lift her rate now and really drive for the line. Out in front, there is no denying, no doubting the leader. It is John 23rd, pushing about 4 or 5 lengths ahead of the rest of the field.
We're not picking.
200 metres left to race, and it is John 23rd still out in front with a very, very comfortable lead. She looks like she's rowing with great form in these fantastic conditions, so she should be coming across the line in the next 30 seconds, hopefully in first place. Moving back behind them, it is PLC and then Perth College. Quite a tight race between those two scullers. Perth College still not completely out of it. She is going to have to lift and push really hard for the line if she's going to get over the PLC sculler. And out in front with about 100 metres left to go, it is John 23rd. Pushing for the line. She's lifted her rate. She really, really wants to put the exclamation point on this race. And it will be the John 23rd sculler without 100 metres, without 50 metres left to go. And as we move back to second and third, the PC sculler has moved all the way with the with the PLC sculler. Unfortunately, just a length or two down. The PLC sculler hasn't been able to get away, but the Perth College sculler has not been able to catch it either. And as we cross the line, it is John 23rd in first place, taking out the two sculling events. Without 2 strokes left to go, it will be PLC with about a length of clear water over the Perth College sculler. So we do have a small break in the program now, and I'd like to remind you all that there are QR codes located in front of each supporter tent that will link you to today's full program and live results, so you can view this on your smartphone. There is morning tea available. I can see a line forming at the moment, so make sure you get down there, grab yourself a bacon and egg burger, sausage sizzle, cake stall, and of course hot drinks. There is a raffle put on by John 23rd College, and there are plenty of prizes to be won today, and all money goes to support schoolgirl rowing in the state. Lastly, merchandise. I know the girls have been hanging out for this. The host school is selling fantastic Head of the River merchandise, and it is available for order for those who did not get their pre-orders in. The close for final orders is on the 27th of June, and there are also links to the merchandise ordering page in this program. We will be resuming in the next block of racing at 9:39 a.m, starting off with the Freshie A8s.
No, I just want to check on the.
So after race 10, we do have a points update.
30 seconds away from the start.
In sixth spot, we have John 23rd on 43 points. In fifth spot, we have Penrose on 46 points. In fourth spot, we have St Hilda's on 54 points. In third spot, we have MLC on 56 points. In second place at the moment, we have Perth College on 71 points. And out in front, we have PLC on 94 points. So we have a start in race 11, which is the Freshie A8s. In lane 3, we have St Hilda's. In lane 4, we have PLC. In lane 5, we have John 23rd. In lane 6, we have Penrose. In lane 7, we have MLC. And in lane 8, we have Perth College. Now, the favourites going into this will be the Penrose crew, who have won all the races for this season.
You've got the leader, camera 1. He is the second from the right.
It does look like we have had some steering issues in a couple of the events. In a couple of the boats, they are having a couple of issues, but they are still mostly going down the course. And we have, it looks like, PLC out in front, ahead of John 23rd. And St Hilda's in third spot. The Penrose crew, unfortunately, it is the Penrose crew, which has been the dominant crew throughout the season, has had some steering issues. They are getting themselves back in their lane now. A few lengths down. If they can hold their composure, I do think they have the speed to come back on the field. But they might have given themselves a little bit too much work to do. So the crews are all back in their lanes. It is PLC out in front, ahead of John 23rd, then St Hilda's, and then we move back to the rest of the field. So that Penrose crew has got themselves after those unfortunate steering issues at the beginning of the course. They have pushed themselves back into the race. And they are currently in second spot. So we have PLC out in front, followed by Penrose, followed by MLC, then St Hilda's, so with about 350 metres left to race, there has been a couple of lane changes. So I'm just going to call it as I see it. And it is PLC out in front, followed by John 23rd, back to MLC, then Penrose in the middle of the course, and Perth College and St Hilda's. They're through the 250 metre mark to go, and it is still PLC out in front, followed by John 23rd, then MLC, then Penrose, and then Perth College and St Hilda's. 250 metres to go. It is the PLC crew with probably a length of clear water over John 23rd, who are half a length clear of MLC, and then back to Penrose, PC, and then St Hilda's. And with 100 metres to go, we have no change in that order. It is still PLC out in front, followed by John 23rd. Then MLC. Penrose trying to recover from those early steering difficulties. And then a real fight between PC and St Hilda's for the final placings. Across the line, we have PLC in first spot. A length and a half clear over John 23rd College. Crossing the line in the next couple of strokes. Followed by MLC, half length clear of Penrose College. Followed by St Hilda's and Perth College. And for those who don't know, the Freshie 8s are contested of all girls, no matter the year group, that are in their first year of rowing. So for all of these girls, this will be their first head of the river. And what a fantastic achievement it has been for these girls to get here and to come down in such a fantastic fashion. Can we please get all the relevant coaches to come down for the senior 8 lane draw down at the bottom of the tower? Can we get you there as soon as possible? As in, can you please come right now? In the Freshie B8, we have 2 boats in this event. We have Penrose and PLC. It is Penrose in lane 7 and PLC on lane 8. Very tight race we have here, but it is Penrose out in front, probably 3/4 of a length over PLC as they approach the 300 metres to go. Pretty tight race here. Remembering these races are over 1,000 metres, so the last 200 metres is the last quarter of the race. PLC, we know they wind really hard for the line, but it looks like Penrose is able to hold them off at this stage. They've got about 200 metres left to race. Still very, very tight racing. I would say PLC has managed to get back to within about half a boat length. Penrose really need to work together, move as one unit to hold them off. But they are doing that splendidly, and with about 150 metres left to race, it is still Penrose in front. Half a length clear of PLC. It looks like Penrose is just holding their blade work a little bit cleaner than PLC, moving as a unit just a little bit better than PLC, and that's giving them that little bit extra boat speed. With 100 metres left to go, it is still Penrose in front. We know anything can happen in these rowing races, but I feel like this Penrose crew is moving towards a victory. And with about 50 metres left to go, it will be Penrose ahead of PLC. Coming across the line, whoop, we have a small crab in the PLC crew, which will certainly give the victory to Penrose coming across the line now. And we do have a start in the next event on the day, which is the Year 9A Coxed Quad. In lane 4, we have St Hilda's. In lane 5, we have Perth College. In lane 6, we have PLC. And lane 7, we have Penrose. And lane 8, we have MLC. So MLC is the favourite for the day. They finished first last week and have been the most consistent across the 3 regattas. Following behind them is PLC. And then Penrose and Perth College. Now, this has been a standout race. Every regatta, this has been one of my most enjoyable races just for how tight it is. And it is PLC and MLC out in front, followed by Penrose. They'll be the 3 leaders, and it looks like PLC's got themselves maybe half a length over MLC. We saw how quickly MLC finished last regatta. They got their first last regatta, and they want to carry that momentum through. With about 250 metres to go, though, it is PLC still out in front, followed by MLC, then Penrose, then Perth College, then St Hilda's. A great opportunity to get down to the bank and cheer your school on. A little bit of encouragement in this dying stage of the races might be the difference between winning and losing. And it is PLC out in front, but here comes MLC winding for the line like they did last week. PLC also has a great finish. It's very difficult to get over the top of them, but here comes MLC. Have they left their run a little bit too late? Oh, they've just caught a little bit of dirty water. That's going to slow their boat down. PLC staying clean, staying strong. Oh, that might have upset the MLC's last little push for the line. I think it's going to be PLC out in front. Not quite the favourite, but always a very strong crew. And Penrose really pushing, trying to get in front of MLC. MLC's wheels are kind of come off a little bit here. They need to get back and going. I don't think it's going to happen. Penrose has come through MLC, and it will be PLC taking the win ahead of Penrose College coming second. MLC's recovered, pushing for the line. Going to get a third spot there for MLC, followed by Perth College and then St Hilda's. As you can see in those racing, it is important to keep the boat clean, as one little mistake can ultimately take the speed off the boat and take the victory away from the grasp of the rowers. So it's important that as you get tired, you remember to focus on your technique, staying as a team, staying as a unit, and ensuring that you can get across the line together with the least amount of mistakes. A big congratulations to PLC for taking out the 9A Cox Quad.
That's good work, Mark. Easy.
So we're just approaching a start in the next race of the day, which is the Year 9B Cox Quads. In lane 4, we have Penrose. In lane 5, we have MLC. In lane 6, we have St Hilda's. In lane 7, we have Perth College. And in lane 8, we have PLC. Now, across the previous regattas, we have a very tight with the top 3 crews, which are PLC, Penrose and MLC, with Penrose winning last week, but PLC taking out the first 2 regattas. So keep your eyes on those 3 crews, MLC, Penrose and PLC, as they are the favourites going into this race. So we do have a start in this event, and it is MLC and Penrose who have really broken out, taken a stunning start out of the blocks. It is Penrose in the middle lane, who are in the middle of the course, I should say, on the outside lane, who have got a small lead over MLC. Back to Perth College, PLC, and then St Hilda's. And it is Penrose who are pushing on from this start, and they've probably got about a quarter of a length lead over MLC. And those two crews have broken away from the rest of the pack, and they're probably a length clear over Perth College, then PLC, then St Hilda's. 1,000-metre racing is fast and heated. It is a shorter event than some of the senior girls do with the 1,500 and 2,000-metre races. So the rating is high and the intensity is up there. It is still Penrose ahead of MLC. And Penrose has managed to get about a half a boat length lead over the MLC crew, who are 3/4 of a length back to Perth College and then half a length back to PLC. So Penrose has really peaked at the right time of the year. They've had 2/3 in the first two races and the first two regattas, and they won last week, and they're carrying that form into this head of the river. They look like they've got about a length lead over MLC, followed by PLC and Perth College on the inside lanes, with Perth College fractionally ahead of PLC. And we have fantastic conditions here today. There is not a breath of wind across the course. Super flat, perfect temperature, and the racing is living up to the expectations of the weather. $450 metres left to race. It is Penrose ahead of MLC, back to Perth College, then PLC and St Hilda's. Penrose have put a lot of work in early. If MLC is to come back at them now is their opportunity. But with about a length of clear water, it's going to be a tough challenge. It is Penrose out in front, followed by MLC, then Perth College, then PLC. $300 metres left to race. It is still Penrose out in front. A length and a half clear of MLC, then back to Perth College. In the inside lane, we have PLC and then St Hilda's in the middle of the field. So across the line for the indicating the 250 metres to go. We have Penrose out in front, a length and a half clear of MLC. Back to Perth College, then PLC and St Hilda's. The holding station at the moment with 150 metres left to go. Penrose with a length and a half clear lead over second place. And they are staying composed, staying relaxed. These girls are going to take this win with a 2 length of clear margin. 100 metres left to go. This is Penrose's race for the losing, and I don't think they will. They're looking too composed. Too composed. Two together. Catches are perfect. Can't believe this is a Year 9 crew, and they are moving for the line now in a fantastic race, and it will be Penrose getting the win ahead of MLC with about a length and a half of clear water. Back to Perth College with half a length of clear water behind the MLC crew. PLC crossing the line in a few strokes in 4th place, and then St Hilda's. We just have a small hold in racing at the moment as there is an oar being raced up to one of the crews who unfortunately broke a blade on the way up to the start line. We're hoping it won't delay the program for too long, but we are going to, it looks like this stage, pausing and keeping everything still in order while that oar gets raced up to the start line. So we do have a change in program. We will be racing the 9D Cox quads before the 9Cs Cox quads due to that broken blade on the way up to the start line. So for those of you keen to watch the 9D racing, if you've got a child or athlete in this event, we will be racing it next. In lane 6 we have Perth College, in lane 7 we have St Hilda's, and in lane 8 we have Penrose. Just repeating that, race 16 has moved in front of race 15. We do have a start in the year 9D Cox quads. We've had a couple of maybe incorrect starting angles, but they are correcting themselves now, and no blades did touch, so we won't be restarting this race. We have in lane 8 Penrose, in lane 7 we have St Hilda's, and in lane 6 we have Perth College. A reminder, this is the 9D Cox quads. We are racing this race 16 ahead of race 15. As the crews get straightened up and straight down the course, it is St Hilda's who are getting their boat out in front ahead of Penrose and then Perth College. But at this stage, there is only about half a boat between all three crews. So after these crews have gone through their start sequence and are settling down into their race rhythm, it is St Hilda's who are getting a handy lead over the other two crews, which are Penrose on the inside lane, and in lane 6 we have Perth College, about a half a length back from Penrose. And as I said that, we do have a couple of issues in the St Hilda's crew. I believe one of the girls has caught a crab, but they have recovered. As we move to the drone shot, I should be able to see what the outcome has been, and it is Penrose who have pushed out in front. They're about a quarter of a length clear of St Hilda's at this stage, half a length back to Perth College. It looks like St Hilda's, though, do have the best speed of the three crews, and they are starting to push back onto Penrose. The girls really do need to keep this clean, keep it tidy, keep it together. It is Penrose at this stage, about half a canvas over St Hilda's, about 3/4 a length back to Perth College. So St Hilda's have given themselves a little bit of work to do with that small mistake, but good on them. They had a really, really good recovery. It didn't cost them the race, and they're right back in this racing. It is Penrose who have taken advantage of that mistake by St Hilda's, and they are probably a canvas clear of St Hilda's, who are a length clear of Perth College. They are through the halfway mark and about 400 metres left to go. It is still Penrose who have capitalised on that mistake by St Hilda's and have gotten themselves with about 3/4 of a length clear water back to St Hilda's, and then another 3/4 a length of a boat back to Perth College. As we move to the dying stage of this race, it is so important these girls stay as one unit. They stay in time. They be careful of their blade work, making sure they're exiting and entering the water together, keeping it really clean. And with 250 metres to go, it is Penrose out in front, followed by St Hilda's, followed by Perth College. We've seen from the start, St Hilda's do have really good boat speed, and if they can pull themselves together, I can see them lifting now. They've lifted their rate. They're going to try and challenge Penrose, but Penrose holding them off at this stage. 200 metres left to race. It is still Penrose by about 3/4 a length over St Hilda's. Back another boat length back to Perth College. St Hilda's is really challenging them. They've lifted their rate a couple of times now. With 150 metres left to go, they're really trying to push back, but it is Penrose on the inside lane, keeping it really straight, really clean, who are holding them off and holding that 3/4 of a length lead that they've had since about 400 metres in. And with 100 metres left to go, it is still Penrose out in front. 3/4 of a length over St Hilda's. 3/4 of a length back to Perth College. St Hilda's trying to get back on them. I've seen a couple of them have a look, see how far they've got to make up. I don't know if they've got enough runway to do it. I don't think they do. Penrose staying clear are going to take out the 9D Cox quad. 1 length clear of St Hilda's, a length and a half clear over Perth College. The next race is race 15, run after race 16 due to that breakage of an oar on the way to the start line. And we have the 9C Cox quads. In lane 6, we have St Hilda's. In lane 7, we have Penrose. And in lane 8, we have Perth College. And we do have a start in this race. And after a really, really fiery start, it looks like Penrose have an early lead over the other two crews, with Perth College trying to match them stroke for stroke, but the aggressiveness of that Penrose crew has managed to get themselves a little bit of a lead. Perth College going with them though, and on the settle and on the recovery, on moving into that race rhythm, it is Perth College who have actually managed to get on equal terms with Penrose. Both crews about a length clear over St Hilda's. It was that Penrose crew which did break the oar on the way to the start line. I hope they've settled the nerves, though. They've had enough time on the start line to really compose themselves, drop it from the memory, and just focus on their task at hand. It is Perth College and Penrose neck and neck as we go through the 750 metre mark, about a length clear over St Hilda's.
That's a good shot too. Camera 1, leader is extreme left.
We have Penrose about one bow ball ahead of the Perth College crew. In actual fact, they're trading the lead stroke for stroke. This is one of the tightest races we've seen all day between Penrose and Perth College. They're stretching away from St Hilda's, and they're about 2 lengths clear of St Hilda's, and they are neck and neck. Each crew not giving an inch at the moment. Every time we flash to the above shot in the drone, I can see that it's still exactly even. As we cross the halfway mark, it is Perth College who have probably gotten a quarter of a canvas lead. But as we've seen throughout the whole race, that means nothing. It's been toing and froing. Although I can see it now, as I cross through the 500 metre mark, it is Perth College who have put in a really big spurt here. Across the last 15 strokes, they've managed to get about a canvas lead and have actually got themselves in front by a canvas, and they're still stretching it out. They've had a massive push here. This is probably 20 strokes now that they've been extending their lead every single stroke. Penrose do need to respond. I know Penrose like to save themselves for the last 250 and move themselves on it, but Perth College may have had the winning move right there. The Cox does need to get them back in the middle of the course. They are hitting a couple of bow balls, but the girls haven't caught any crabs yet, and they are maintaining their composure. They are back in the course. They're off the lane ropes. And they still have that canvas lead over Penrose, with St Hilda's a couple of boat lengths behind. That big push at the 500 may have been the defining push of this race, as is Perth College in front with about 250 metres to go. They're clear of the lane rope, and they are really trying to capitalise on that big push they had. Their legs will be screaming at the moment. But these girls know if they can just hang on for another 200 metres, they're going to be the winner of the 9C race for the 2022 IGSSA Head of the River. I can see their Cox screaming for the girls to wind for the line. She's lifting them up. Penrose is challenging. Penrose is trying to come back at them, but Perth College holding them off. Really, they've gone from the last 500 metres. They started the 500 with a big wind, a 20-stroke push to get themselves clear of Penrose is paying off for them with 150 metres to go. Perth College leading Penrose with St Hilda's about a length and a half of clear water back from the Penrose crew. But with 50 metres to go after a neck-and-neck battle for at least half the race, it is going to be the Perth College crew with 3/4 of a length lead over Penrose, crossing the line in first place now, followed by Penrose, 2 lengths clear of the St Hilda's crew. And we have a start in the next race on the program, which is race 17, the Junior A Single Scull. In lane 4, we have Penrose. In lane 5, we have MLC. In lane 6, we have John 23rd College. In lane 7, we have Perth College. And in lane 8, we have PLC. With about 400 metres left to go, it is the Perth College racer out in front. That is Isabel Bolton ahead of the PLC sculler Charlotte Gisboul. And 300 metres left to race. It is Perth College with about a 2-boat length lead over PLC. And then we cross back. It's a little hard to tell because they are all coming down. There's 3 girls in one lane, but that is okay as long as they're not competing with each other. You can start and finish in the same lane.
Okay, let's show 3 boats in one lane.
But it is Perth College out in front ahead of PLC. And then back to, it's hard to see. The MLC sculler ahead of John 23rd and then Penrose. So with about 250 metres to go, it is Perth College out in front, followed by PLC, then MLC, John 23rd and Penrose. With 150 metres left to race, I think the PC girl can, if she can hold her composure, keep off the lane ropes, has got this race sewn up, and she is looking very strong, very well composed, driving for the line. She's opted to put the the lane rope balls under her rigger, which is a very smart move. If you're not in the middle of your lane, you might as well put the balls under your rigger, so you're not going to hit them with your oars. And with 50 metres left to go, this Perth College sculler is on track to take the victory ahead of PLC, followed by MLC, John 23rd and Penrose. With 2 strokes left to go, it will be the Perth College sculler taking out the victory ahead of PLC, about 3 boat lengths back. The PLC sculler has about 2 boat length lead over the MLC, a length clear of John 23rd and then Penrose.
Thank you for not making
My first race was 2003. We have a start in the next event, which is race 18, the Junior B Single Scull. In lane 5, we have Perth College. In lane 6, we have John 23rd. In lane 7, we have PLC. And in lane 8, we have Penrose. And it is PLC out in front with John 23rd and Penrose currently equal in 2nd and 3rd, followed by Perth College. The Penrose girl has just moved across back into her lane. So she does need to straighten up. That will cost her a little bit of speed, but if she can get back in her lane and get going straight down the course, she should be able to maintain that speed now and hang on to that 2nd spot. But it is PLC out in front, a length clear of John 23rd, who, with that, taking advantage of that, the change in angle of the Penrose girl, she's probably got about a canvas lead. And then we go back to Perth College. But it looks like it's going to be a race between PLC, John 23rd and Penrose. PLC currently leading, but she's not able to get any extra distance over the John 23rd sculler. She's got a length lead. There's still overlap in the boats, and that means that it's going to be really tight racing. They can feel each other's presence around them, and the John 23rd sculler knows that she's still right in this, as is the Penrose sculler, with the PC sculler not far behind. They have crossed the 500 metre mark, and the PLC sculler and John 23rd sculler are moving away from the rest of the field. The PLC sculler has still got that boat length ahead of John 23rd, but she hasn't managed to get any clear water yet. So still within 1 or 2 strokes. But the PLC sculler is, as you know from PLC, they love winding for the line in the last 250. The Penrose sculler on the inside lane, still well within a shot, although she has got a couple of steering issues, and no, she's lost touch with the 2 leaders. So it is PLC and John 23rd. At this stage, PLC has only 3/4 of length, so John 23rd is making a pushback on her. Being in front, though, does give the advantage of seeing the field behind you, but it is John 23rd with a really big push. She's pushed herself almost back up level. She's probably about half a length down now, and they're pushing away from the Penrose and PC sculler in 3rd and 4th. But this is going to be a really, really tight finish between these 2 girls. We have PLC still out in front. The John 23rd sculler has narrowed it down to less than half a boat length. So they're going to be coming across in front of us. We have The PLC sculler being Maddie Mayo and the John 23rd sculler being Marley Williamson, fighting it out to win the Junior B single scull. As they approach 250 metres to go, it's still absolutely neck and neck. PLC maybe still half a length in front. John 23rd has not given up this whole race. She's maintained touch. Waiting for the last 250. Here they come. Both crews neck and neck. John 23rd, PLC really pushing for the line. Just ahead of Penrose and Perth College, who have managed to maintain that distance, but these two scullers out front, and John 23rd with a really big push. I think she's got her nose in front now. She's gone from a length down to maybe half a length clear, but here comes PLC. As I said, you've got to be well and truly in front to stop their wine for the line, and I can see the PLC sculler absolutely lifting her rate. She's looked across. John 23rd is responding. Still absolutely neck and neck. I'm going to get my eye on the line here, but it might come down to a photo finish. What a tight race this has. PLC winding it up, probably a couple of split points higher. John 23rd looks like she's maybe got a quarter of a length lead. This is going to come down to a surge on the line. Really, really tight. It looks like PLC, just with the final spurt at the end, has got herself half a length clear of the John 23rd sculler in second place. That is PLC, half a canvas over John 23rd, ahead of Penrose and then Perth College. So that completes the second block of racing. We'll resume at 10:36 with the Freshie A Cox squad. In the meantime, make sure you get down and grab yourself something to eat, and more importantly, get yourself a raffle ticket. There are amazing prizes, and all the money raised goes to support schoolgirl rowing.
Okay, guys, we have a fifth. Matt, camera 2.
And while we move into the back half of the racing for today, I'd like to remind everyone that the cafe upstairs is open and there's some lovely seating options as well. There's homemade food, homemade sausage rolls, homemade soup, and of course some toasties. We also have baked goods. And upstairs we have some drinks, tea, chai tea, and hot chocolate. And as I've been talking about today, make sure you get your ticket in for the raffle. There is some awesome prizes. We have some Lululemon vouchers, physio vouchers, and gym vouchers. We also have some pampering prizes with some facial vouchers and a day spa voucher.
You don't have to buy a full cup, you can buy small ones as well.
So I've just been informed from the lovely ladies at John 23rd that the cake school does have other things besides cakes, easy to grab, lolly bags, Rocky Road. We've got jelly cups. I think they're $3 each. So if you're looking for something sweet to give you a little bit of energy for your next lot of racing or something to get you through the morning, I know how it can be tiring running up and down the side of the course. So get down there and grab yourself some beautiful sweets from the cake stall. And after 18 events, we have an update in the points tally. In 6th place, we have John 23rd on 73 points. In 5th place, we have St Hilda's on 88. In 4th place, MLC on 97. And in 3rd place, we have Penrose on 105 points. In 2nd place, we have Perth College on 109 points. And out in front, we have PLC on 151 points. We will be resuming in the next couple of minutes with the Freshie A Coxed Quad. In lane 3, we have John 23rd. In lane 4, we have St Hilda's. In lane 5, we have PLC. In lane 6, we have Perth College. In lane 7, we have MLC. And in lane 8, we have Penrose College.
one is live.
So we're moving to the start of the Freshie A Cox Quad. A reminder that the Freshie division, or the freshman division, is for all first-year rowers, no matter what grade they are in. So for all these girls, this will be their first head of the river. A very exciting time for everyone, and especially for these girls to represent their school at the final regatta in the season. And we do have a start in this race.
We are racing.
And it looks like we have PLC off to a flying start here. So it is PLC out in front at this stage, ahead of MLC and St Hilda's, followed by Perth College and John 23rd. Really, really close between the whole field except for PLC, about a length clear. It looks like John 23rd is currently in second spot, followed by St Hilda's and then MLC, Penrose and Perth College. With about 750 metres to go, it is PLC about a length clear of John 23rd, and then a length between the next four crews. So at this stage, that second spot is really up for grabs between everyone, and if they can make a big push on PLC, they may be able to get on over the top of them and into that first place position. At the halfway point, 500 metres down, it is PLC still out in front. The rest of the field has spread out now, so it's PLC leading John 23rd. And then it is MLC, Perth College, Penrose.
Stand by one.
350 metres left to race. It is still PLC out in front. And it looks like MLC's pushed right up to John 23rd, challenging them for second spot. On the inside lane here, you have Penrose with St Hilda's and Perth College. There's no doubting the leader at this stage. It is PLC out in front. What's really going to be interesting is the race for second between John 23rd and MLC, with Penrose on the inside lane also pushing up into that second, third spot. St Hilda's is not out of the mix as well. I'd say they might even be currently in fourth spot, about a length down on the crews in second and third.
One is live.
With a really big push for the line though, it is PLC out in front, ahead of John 23rd, then back to MLC, followed by very, very tight race between St Hilda's, Penrose and then Perth College. No doubting who's in lead and probably going to be the winner of this race. It is PLC with a very comfortable lead over the rest of the field. 200 metres left to go. These girls just need to hold it together, hold their form, which they look like they're in absolute control of the boat at this stage. Pushing for the line, 100 metres to go. PLC out in front. MLC's had a really big push on this John 23rd crew, ahead of St Hilda's, then back to Penrose and Perth College. They're all going to be fighting out for the minor places though, and it is John 23rd hanging on to second, MLC coming back up to them. But with about 4 strokes to go, it will be PLC taking out the win in 3, 2, and well done to PLC. Now, John 23rd, been working hard over the last 150 metres to hold off MLC. Very fast finishing crew. John 23rd had a great start, putting themselves in that position. I think they're going to be able to hold it, and it will be John 23rd coming in second. A length clear of MLC. A length and a half clear back to... A length and a half of Clearwater back to St Hilda's, and then Penrose and Perth College. And we have a start in the Freshie B Cox quad. After a fast start, it is PLC who are out in front. Again, at this stage, probably about a half length clear over the rest of the field. Very tight racing between the rest of the girls. It is John 23rd, Perth College, and Penrose really fighting it out for second, third and fourth. PLC probably have a 3/4 length field over those next three girls, and you can throw a blanket over the rest of them. They are that close. This is going to be a really, really hot race for second, third and fourth, with PLC just fractionally out in front at this stage. So just to recap, this is the Freshie B Cox quad coming down the course. In lane 3, we have John 23rd. In lane 4, we have Perth College. In lane 5, we have PLC. In lane 6, we have Penrose. In lane 7, we have St Hilda's. And in lane 8, we have MLC. Very tight racing. It is PLC, probably a length ahead of the second crew, which is very tight between John 23rd and Penrose, with Perth College maybe half a length back from there. We have MLC and St Hilda's at the rear of the field. With about 450 metres left to race, it is PLC with about a length and a half of Clearwater over Penrose, who have worked their way ahead of John 23rd and Perth College. So PLC 2 lengths clear, and then we go Penrose about a canvas over John 23rd, and then Perth College half a length back. This is going to be really exciting for second, third and fourth. They're all really tight, in a very tight race. And it's about keeping it clean, keeping it together. You can see the PLC crew out in front, working as one unit, really pushing the other crews away. Penrose has had a really good push to get through the Perth College and get away from the Perth College and John 23rd crew. John 23rd crew just had a bit of a hiccup in bow seat there. They've lost the run of their boat. They're back running now, but that's dropped them from second spot back down to third. On the inside lane, we have MLC, who have had a good push to push themselves right back into the mix between second, third and fourth. But it is PLC out in front, followed by Penrose, then John 23rd. It looks like MLC's gotten over the top of Perth College, currently in 5th, and then St Hilda's in 6th. With 200 metres left to go, it is PLC pushing for the line, as they are very well renowned for doing, lifting their rate, making sure of it, getting across the line in first spot, and at this stage they are comfortably out in front with 2 lengths of clear water. But Penrose had had a fantastic 300 or 400 metres. They were sitting right alongside John 23rd and Perth College, and they have moved away from them very comfortably. It is PLC out in front, followed by Penrose and MLC on the inside. They've also pushed through the Perth College crew. They're trying to get on terms with John 23rd to get that third place. We'll see how that pans out, but as we move our attention to the front of the race, we have PLC with about 3 strokes to go, pushing for the line. They've had a look. They know this victory is theirs, and they are going to get there in one more stroke. Well done, PLC. Penrose pushing ahead of the other 2 crews. They're going to get second spot, and then John 23rd and MLC really fighting it out. Really important to stay clean here. MLC just caught a little bit of dirty water. That's going to slow their boat down. John 23rd's taking advantage of this. They pushed their boat in front. It will be John 23rd coming third with MLC in 4th spot. And then Perth College ahead of St Hilda's. And we have a start in race number 21, which is the Freshie Sea Cox Quad. 3 entries in this event. We have in lane 6 PLC, in lane 7 St Hilda's, and in lane 8 we have Penrose College. It looks like Penrose has a nice little lead over the other 2 crews as we approach the 750 metre mark. And it is Penrose with a very commanding lead in this race, ahead of St Hilda's and then PLC. So Penrose with about 3 boat lengths already of clear water ahead of the other 2 crews, with PLC trailing St Hilda's by about 3/4 of a length. With 350 metres left to race, it is still Penrose with a commanding lead over the other 2 crews. They're the inside lane, and it is St Hilda's who have pulled themselves about 1.5 lengths clear over PLC. We know how hard PLC like to go in the last 250, so don't write them off just yet. For these Freshie crews, it is really important that they maintain their composure, stay strong, stay in time, and keep clean blade work, especially as they get tired in the last couple of 100 metres. And with 150 metres left to race, it is going to be, barring any incidents, Penrose College taking out the win in the Freshie C Cox Quad. And just as I said that, the commentator's curse has come in. They've caught a little bit of dirty water, but they did have enough of a lead to manage to ride out through that mistake. They're rowing well together again. And with 100 metres left to go, they're looking for a victory. They do need to get there. I'm not going to call it early this time. Anything can happen in the Freshie Seas race, especially in the last 100 metres. Now, these girls are going to make sure of it. The Cox is already celebrating. 2 strokes to go, and it will be Penrose ahead of St Hilda's, ahead of PLC. So we have a start in the freshman D grade Cox Squad. It looks like there's only 2 starters. There's 3 on the program, but it is just Penrose and PLC coming down the course. So no St Hilda's in this, and it is Penrose with about half a length lead off the start ahead of the PLC crew. So with about 350 metres run of this race, it is very tight. We have Penrose out in front, but they only have a half a length lead over the PLC crew. This is about the margin they gathered in the first 20 strokes. So that race rhythm, once they've settled onto that race rhythm, the 2 crews are travelling at pretty similar speeds. So this race is still very much up for grabs. PLC maybe only half a length down, maybe even less, maybe a canvas down. Really challenging this Penrose crew who are going to need to hold their composure and hold their lead. With about half the race completed, it is still Penrose narrowly leading PLC, probably by about a half a length. I know Penrose like to have a big push at the 500 metre mark and try and get themselves some clear water, which it looks like they've just started, and they've moved out from probably PLC being on their canvas to now back up to half a length, and they are every stroke trying to get a little bit more distance. PLC, as we've seen time and time again today, have a great last 250. So maintaining a lead before they can get to that point is very important to make sure you can get across the line before the girls in green. With 300 metres left to race, that bigger push by Penrose has it given themselves half a length to 3/4 of a length lead over PLC. They look like they're moving really well and in time together. The PLC crew haven't let them go yet, though, and anytime there's still overlap in the racing, in the boats, you can tell that it's going to be a really tight race, but it is Penrose who have started to wind for the line. They have definitely got 3/4 of a length now, and they're trying to extend it out to a full boat length. As the fatigue starts to set in towards the back end of the race, it's so important to stay in time with your crewmates. Make sure your blade work is really tidy. Penrose and PLC are both doing that. Oh, it does look like the PLC Cox has put them onto the boys. At the moment, the boys are just sitting under the riggers, which is no danger of touching the oars, which is a great place to be. If you're not in the middle of the lane, it's the best spot to be. And as we wind with 250 metres to go, it is still Penrose with that 3/4 of length lead over PLC. PLC, though, they love to race for the last 250, and here they come. They've lifted their rate. Cox is trying to get them across back into the middle of the course, which she's successfully done. And here they go. Penrose have to hold them off. Rowing really well together. 200 metres to go. It is Penrose still with about a half a length lead over PLC. PLC trying to get back on even terms. Penrose working well together to stop that happening. But we all know PLC's got such a wind for the line. It's a deadly wind for the line. And here they come. Penrose really need to work to hold them off. Dig deep into the tank. They've had a look across. They've seen the danger coming. Can they respond? PLC really pushing for the line. Penrose need to be clean, hang it together. This is going to come right down to the wire. Penrose, it's very tight. I'm not going to call this until they cross the line. Both girls winding it up with 3 strokes to go. It's anyone's race. It might be done on the surge, and it is over to the judges' tower. Over to the judges' tower. There was a big surge by the PLC crew. I'm just not sure if it happened before they crossed the line. That is going to be within centimetres, those bow balls were. So I'm going to throw that one over to the judges. You can check the results on the Rowing WA webpage. There's a QR code at the base of every tent to check those results. That was down to the wire.
Thank you. One. Stand by one.
And we have another race coming down. It is the 9A Coxed 8. We have MLC in lane 4, Perth College in lane 5, St Hilda's in lane 6, Penrose in lane 7, and PLC in lane 8. They have only 300 metres left to race. And it is PLC on the inside ahead of Penrose, and then MLC leading Perth College and St Hilda's. PLC on the inside course, just straightening up. They are probably a length clear of... there's been a big disaster in the Penrose boat, which has pushed them from second back to third, allowing MLC to row through them. They need to recover to hang on to that podium spot. But it is PLC out in front, pushing away from MLC, and Penrose trying to recover. They're really winding for the line now. A bit of panic within the boat, but sometimes that can be a good thing to get the rate up. On the inside lane, though, there is PLC about a length clear of MLC, who are holding off Penrose, trying to come back at them, and then Perth College and St Hilda's in lockstep for 5th and 6th spot. But it will be PLC crossing the line in first. MLC coming across in 2nd spot. Perth College, it is Perth College ahead of St Hilda's. Both crews are just behind Penrose. So Penrose crossing in 3rd. Perth College pushing away from the St Hilda's crew. And St Hilda's finishing now in 5th spot. And while we wait for the start of the next race, which is the Year 9B Cox 8, I'd like to remind everyone to get down and grab yourself some food and drinks. We have an awesome spread put on by John 23rd. We've got some lolly bags and some jelly cups that you can grab from the cake stall, as well as whole cakes and bite-sized pieces. Rocky Road. We also have hot dogs, I'm sure you can smell drifting down the course. We also have an amazing raffle. There is some awesome prizes. Lululemon vouchers, great for the guys and the gals. Physio vouchers, gym vouchers, and we have a couple of pampering prizes, some facials, and a day spa voucher. So make sure you get down there and grab yourself some food and a raffle ticket. We also have the Head of the River merchandise you can grab. So, not grab, order. You can order the Head of the River merchandise. For those who haven't got your pre-orders in, you can get on down there, and you've got until the 27th of June to get those orders in. So go down, get your sizing, and make sure everything fits so you can remember what has been a magnificent day. And we have a start in the Year 9B Cox 8. It is in lane 6, St Hilda's, in lane 7, Penrose, and in lane 8 we have Perth College. The early leader in this race is the Penrose crew in lane 7. They're about 3/4 of a length over the other two crews, with Perth College now narrowly ahead of St Hilda's. With 750 metres left to race, it is at Penrose in quite a commanding position. They have got themselves half a length of clear water lead over Perth College, and then back to St Hilda's, who are about half a length down on Perth College. We are through the halfway mark, and it is still Penrose out with a very, very handy lead ahead of Perth College and St Hilda's. For a 9B crew, they are moving very well in time, sitting at about 28 strokes a minute. They've got a length of clear water over the Perth College crew, who has moved away from the St Hilda's crew. So St Hilda's probably just drifting back a little bit as Perth College and Penrose are extending their lead. As we move into the red boys, indicating 250 metres to go, it is still Penrose out in front, ahead of Perth College, and they are both leading the St Hilda's crew. Penrose has about a length of clear water still. Perth College has been trying to push back on them, but they've just been moving kind of in lockstep, about a length of clear water down. So the Penrose girls, having a big start, has put themselves in a great position to take out this race. St Hilda's has had a really flying last 250, and they've moved themselves back up to the Perth College crew. I don't know if they've left their run a little bit too late. It looks like they have. And as we approach the last 100 metres, it is Penrose out in front, ahead of the Perth College crew, and then St Hilda's narrowly behind them. Crossing the line now, it is Penrose ahead of Perth College, and then St Hilda's. And we have a start in the next race coming down the course, which is race 25, the Year 10A Cox Quad. In lane 4, we have PLC. In lane 5, we have MLC. In lane 6, we have Perth College. In lane 7, we have St Hilda's. And in lane 8, we have Penrose College. So the ones to watch out for in this race, the favourites for sure, are MLC, PLC and Penrose College, with MLC winning the last 2 regattas. And it is those crews out in front. It is MLC and PLC on the far side of the course, clear of the next 3, which is Penrose, St Hilda's, and then Perth College. It is MLC, though, who have managed to get maybe half, no, not even a length. It's probably half a canvas lead over the PLC crew. And they're through the 500 metre mark. So we are coming to the last half of this race. This is where the real work needs to be put in, especially those front 2 positions. So we do have MLC out in front, a canvas over PLC. We know PLC can finish really hard. On the inside, in 3rd spot, we have Penrose College, still not out of it yet. Then PC and St Hilda's. But with a length of clear water over the field, we have the two girl crew out in front, and it is MLC with a canvas lead over PLC. PLC coming into their 250 metre mark where they wind for the line. MLC's going to have to hold them off, but I think these girls are up for the task. They've won the last 2 regattas. They are the favourites going into it. And then it goes back to St Hilda's has moved through and probably into 3rd spot. Perth College going with them. Both those crews look like they've just got the jump over Penrose. But what a fight we have between there's 2 races on the course now. It is MLC, half a length clear of PLC. And then St Hilda's has pushed themselves through Penrose, through Perth College. Perth College trying to go with them. Penrose not letting up either. That's a race. The race for 3rd, 4th and 5th is still on the line. But MLC, half a length lead. PLC trying to catch them. They are winding. They're trying to get there. But MLC won't be denied today. Taking out the 8. And they look like they're going to win the quad as well. With 5 strokes to go, it will be MLC. Half a length clear of PLC. And then our race for 3rd, 4th and 5th is super tight. We've got Perth College maybe a quarter of a length ahead of St Hilda's. Half a length clear of Penrose. And as we cross the line, it will finish in that order. We have Perth College in 3rd, St Hilda's 4th, and Penrose in 5th place. We are moments away from a start in the year 10B Cox Quad. In lane 3, we have MLC. In lane 4, we have St Hilda's. In lane 5, we have John 23rd. In lane 6, we have Penrose. In lane 7, we have Perth College. And in lane 8, we have PLC. The question will be, can the girls winning the 10A8 from MLC back it up? They've won the first race of the Year 10 Cox Quads. Can they win the B1 as well? This is... So the favourites for this one will be PLC. They've won each regatta preceding the head of the river, with MLC coming second at all of those regattas. So it's going to be really tight. St Hilda's, don't write them off as well. They've also had some really good showings. And we do have a start in this race, and after the first 150 metres, it is MLC out in front, followed by PLC. So those two crews on the opposite side of the course to each other. Behind them, we have St Hilda's, then Penrose, Perth College, and John 23rd. As I said before, the favourites for this race are going to come from PLC and MLC. And so far they are out in front, but it's still anyone's race at these early stages of this race. Although with the drone shot coming in, I can see that it is MLC in front, followed by St Hilda's, with PLC very closely behind in third. But MLC has a length lead over St Hilda's and PLC. Following back from that, we have Penrose, then John 23rd, and then Perth College. So just to remind everyone that there is to be no drones to be used apart from the official live stream drone. Permits are required and fines will be enforced. I've just been informed on that by the officials here at Champion Lakes. So no drones except for the official live streaming drone. As we return to the racing, it is still MLC out in front. PLC have managed to pull ahead of St Hilda's, and they are sitting in second spot with St Hilda's in third, followed by Penrose, John 23rd, and then Perth College. But MLC have managed to give themselves about a 2-length of Clearwater lead ahead of PLC. Back to St Hilda's. And in what is looking like quite a dominant performance from this MLC crew, who haven't won a race in this category all season, saving the best for last, and they are a length clear of PLC, who are half a length clear of St Hilda's. Back to Penrose, then John 23rd, and Perth College. With just over 200 metres left to race, it is MLC in front. They look like they've got a very commanding lead, probably 2 lengths of Clearwater, ahead of PLC and St Hilda's. PLC on the inside lane have pushed through St Hilda's. Penrose as well, only half a length back off those two crews. St Hilda's need to respond to this PLC crew, but MLC is out in front and is looking like they're going to take the win. They need to hold their composure, but with such a big lead, they should be able to hang on. But PLC on the inside lane, really winding it up. MLC need to be perfect here, not make any mistakes, because PLC is coming with an absolute flurry. St Hilda's trying to go with them. But it will be MLC with 3 strokes to go. PLC coming right back up to them, but it is MLC with half a length of Clearwater over the PLC crew, ahead of St Hilda's. Penrose a length down, a length of Clearwater down, followed by John 23rd and Perth College.
The race has started.
We have a start in the event 27, race 27, event year 10C Cox Quads. In lane 3 we have Perth College, in lane 4 we have John 23rd, in lane 5 we have MLC, in lane 6 we have PLC, in lane 7 we have St Hilda's, and in lane 8 we have Penrose. And it is Perth College out in lane 3 who's got the early jump on the field, very closely followed by PLC and also MLC, trying to match it with them, but it is Perth College out in front, pushing away. John 23rd still right in the mix. And on the far side, Penrose as well. So at this stage, at the early stage of the racing, it is Perth College with about a 3/4 of length clear over MLC, who are fractionally ahead of John 23rd and PLC in lane 6. As we come up to the 500 metre mark, it is still Perth College out in front, but MLC has moved back on them, and and PLC not far behind them. So Perth College still out in front, MLC challenging. PLC about 3/4 of a length from behind the leaders, and then on the inside course on the inside lane we have Penrose College sitting in a very close 4th position. This is going to be where crews can make their move coming through the halfway mark. It is still Perth College out in front, MLC in the middle of the course challenging them, and then PLC not far behind with Penrose coming in 4th, about half a length down on PLC. And just as I said, this is the time to push and make your mark in this race. It is Perth College who have pushed out maybe 1/4 of a boat length, so they're probably 3/4 of a length lead. I can see their cocks really gearing up, telling these girls to drive onwards. This is their race to lose now. They've done the work to get themselves in that first position. MLC and PLC in the middle of the course want to be challenging them, but it is Perth College still with half a length lead ahead of MLC, half a length back to PLC, and then Penrose on the inside lane. Okay, with the last 300 metres coming up, it is MLC who's pushed back on Perth College, who narrowed it down to about half a length. PLC trying to go with them. Perth College really need to hang tough here. MLC moving fastest boat on the course at the moment. Perth College need to respond. They've been leading from the start of this race. They've managed to get themselves a lead. They need to hang on to it. It's going to be really tight. I think Perth College still might have about a canvas lead over MLC. MLC staying really focused on what they're doing. PC having a couple of looks around. They need to stay composed. MLC really pushing up onto them now. They've pushed away from the PLC crew, who are about a length down now, a length over Penrose back to John 23rd. But at the front of the course, it is Perth College and MLC. Perth College been leading this entire race. MLC coming at them. Both crews need to keep it really clean. A mistake here could cost them the race. With 4 strokes to go, it is still PC by about a canvas, and they will cross the line half a canvas ahead of the fast-finishing MLC crew. A length clear of Perth College, length clear of PLC back to Penrose College, John 23rd, and then St Hilda's. In race 28, we have race 28, year 10D Cox Quad. We're halfway through the race, and in lane 3, we have Perth College. In lane 4, we have MLC. In lane 5, we have St Hilda's. In lane 6, we have John 23rd. In lane 7, PLC. And in lane 8, we have Penrose. And it is MLC out in front. A comfortable lead over the inside 2 schools, which are PLC and Penrose. So that's your first 3. MLC out in front, PLC second, and Penrose in third. Then we cross to the other side of the course for 4th place, which is Perth College, and then St Hilda's and John 23rd.
And one is live.
350 metres to go. It is MLC out in front. They are flirting with the lane boys at the moment, so they can either get back in the middle of their course or just keep those boys under their riggers. They do have about a length lead, and their Cox is choosing the right option, in my opinion, and keeping those boys under the riggers of that crew. And they have about a 2-length Clearwater lead over PLC, back to Penrose. then Perth College, St Hilda's, and John 23rd.
31 and fly off 2.
She's right on them.
Boys, and 1 is live.
So MLC out in front, 250 metres left. They're looking quite comfortable out in front, but here comes PLC winding for the line as they always do. MLC looking to hold them off. I can hear the bagpipes firing up, urging PLC onto the finish line, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get over the top of this MLC crew, barring an incident in that crew. It will be MLC pushing away from PLC, who are pushing away from the rest of the field. Penrose is in third, followed by Perth College, then St Hilda's and John 23rd. But at the front of the race, with 100 metres left to go, it is MLC with a length clear. Oh, and we've had an incident in the crew. They're down to 3 rowers. They need to stay relaxed. Oh, they're back to 4 now. They need to get back onto their boat speed. They are still in the lead, so it's still MLC. What a great recovery we had there. I thought it might be disaster for them. But no, they're going to get across the line in a... Well, and they have crossed the line in first place. A canvas over PLC, who are 2 lengths clear of Penrose College. Back to Perth College, St Hilda's and John 23rd. So that is the completion of Block 3 of the regatta. We have 3 races to go, the Senior 8s over 2,000 metres, and we'll be resuming racing in about 10 minutes. So as we come to the conclusion of this regatta, reminder to get down and grab your raffle tickets. Make sure you've got some tickets to be in with a chance of winning some amazing prizes. We've got some Lululemon gift vouchers, some physio vouchers, some gym vouchers, and of course some pampering vouchers, facials, and of course a day spa. So make sure you grab a ticket. There is still food available. There's plenty of cakes. I can see them from up here. There's still heaps of food available. So as we move into the last half an hour of racing, make sure you get down there. Give yourself some energy so you can cheer as loudly as you need to make sure that your crew gets across the line in the best position they can. And we have a points update. We have John 23rd on 97 points. Then we have St Hilda's on 145. We have Perth College on 168. MLC on 172. Penrose on 189. And PLC out in front on 245 points. Really close between those middle 4 schools. 3 races to go. Second, third and fourth is still well and truly up for grabs. And I've just been informed that someone has left a prepaid currency card at the raffle table. So if you can head down to the raffle table and grab your cards. If you're missing a prepaid currency card, just head down there and grab it. They will be asking you what colour it is. So if it's not yours, don't think you can go and grab it. So, but if it is yours, make sure you get down there and get to the raffle ticket stand. So we have a start in event number 9, the Senior 8. Senior 8. We have 3 crews in this event. We have St Hilda's in lane 6. We have Perth College in lane 7 and PLC in lane 8.
3 boats in this race starting from left to right.
It looks like PLC has got an early lead in the first couple of 100 metres of racing, with St Hilda's and PC very closely behind them.
Thank you.
With about 350 metres of this race done, it is still very, very, very close. As the drone moves down the course, I'm going to be able to see the exact placings. And it is PLC in front, followed by St Hilda's, and then Perth College in third. PLC has a length of clear water over the next two crews, which is St Hilda's leading Perth College by about a quarter of a boat. With 500 metres run of this Senior 8 race, it is PLC out in front, and then a very, very close race between St Hilda's and Perth College. PLC about a length of clear water ahead of the other two crews, who are pretty much neck and neck.
Totally understand.
So with about 700 metres, about 1,000 metres done, coming up to the halfway mark, it is still PLC out in front, and then a very, very tight race between Perth College and St Hilda's still. So St Hilda's had a little push, and then maybe they've got a quarter of a length lead over Perth College, but still very tight and anyone's race for second and third. PLC about a length and a half of clear water out in front.
Your life too. Your life.
As we come to the 750 metre to go mark, it is still PLC out in front, but a very, very tight race still between St Hilda's and Perth College. It looks like St Hilda's has maybe extended their lead over Perth College to half a boat length, but it's still really tight. And in many of these races, it's about where and when you burn your candles. Your matches, I should say, and you might push at the beginning and then have to pay for it later, or you push through the middle and see if you can carry that speed to the end. But PLC definitely out in front. The race, though, Perth College versus St Hilda's. At this stage, St Hilda's has put a really big push in, and they're trying to extend that lead. I know Perth College might be saving a bit for the end of the race. As we push into the final 500 metres, it is PLC about 3 or 4 lengths of clear water ahead of the other two crews. St Hilda's, after a really big third 500, has managed to get themselves about a length up on the PC crew. With Perth College, a lot of work to do to get back on terms with St Hilda's. With about 250 metres left for the leader, it is PLC still out in front. Perth College has worked their way back up to St Hilda's, and that's going to be a very, very tight race. So the PLC crew, coached by Lauren Hutton and Rebecca Gunsberg, out in front, followed by St Hilda's, coached by Lulu Selesky and Misha Gilmore. Just ahead of the Perth College crew, coached by Izzy Emery and Thomas. Oh, and here comes Perth College. As I said before, it's about where and when you burn your matches. And with that big push in the middle, St Hilda's got in front. PLC definitely going to win this one, but Perth College has saved a little bit in the tank for later. They've gone from a length down to about half a length up over St Hilda's. But it will be PLC. The bagpipes playing. They're going to get across the line in 2 strokes in first place. And with a fantastic push with 600 metres to go, Perth College ahead of St Hilda's at this stage. Still about 50 metres left to run, but with half a length lead, it's going to be pretty hard to overcome by St Hilda's. So Perth College coming across the line in second spot with St Hilda's in third. And we are already underway in the next race in the program. The second 8. In lane 3, we have MLC. In lane 4, we have Penrose. In lane 5, we have John 23rd. In lane 6, we have St Hilda's. In lane 7, we have Perth College. And in lane 8, we have PLC. So based on last week's performances, you'd say the 2 favourites for this one are going to be PLC and Perth College. And they are the leaders in this race at this stage. It is PLC with a length lead over the rest of the field, and then you have Perth College leading 3 crews in a line, MLC, John 23rd and St Hilda's fighting it out for that third spot. With about 750 metres done, 12.50 to go, it is PLC with a comfortable lead over Perth College, who have moved away from the rest of the field, although it is a really, really tight battle for third place between MLC, John 23rd and St Hilda's. At this stage, it is MLC with maybe a canvas lead over the other 2 crews who are in lockstep with each other. And we have a really hard battle for third place at the moment. So it is still PLC out in front, followed by Perth College. And then we have MLC and St Hilda's, who have gotten about a quarter of a length lead over John 23rd. However, all crews are right in the hunt for that third place. As we approach, we're through the halfway mark, so we're over 1,000 metres. This is where MLC, I can see them now, they're starting to push away. This is where crews can make a real big difference in their race and try and get themselves established and into a lead. And MLC will be looking across to Perth College in second spot and trying to work their way back up to them, away from the crews sitting next to them, St Hilda's and John 23rd. So PLC with about a 3 or 4 boat length lead as we approach the 750 metre mark. Very comfortable lead ahead of Perth College, who are a length and a half clear over the battle for third, and it is MLC. They've had a big push. St Hilda's has gone with them, and they've both moved away from John 23rd, but I believe it's St Hilda's who've got themselves up into third spot. Very, very tight. It looks like they're just narrowly in front of MLC, although it could be the angle that's a little bit deceptive, and they may be right on a line, but they have moved away from John 23rd, who are about half a length down now. So we're up down to the last 500 metres, and is definitely PLC out in front in a very comfortable lead, followed by Perth College, who has about a length of clear water over the real battle for today, which is third spot, the last step on the podium, which is between MLC and St Hilda's. St Hilda's and MLC have been both in that third spot, as well as dropping back to fourth, so it's topsy-turvy for those two crews. No doubt in the leader, though, with 400 metres left to go, is PLC well and truly out in front, followed by Perth College. John 23rd, not too far out of that fight for third and fourth spot, just currently in fifth at the moment. $250 metres to go for the leaders, so it is PLC out in front. I think they have an unassailable lead at this stage, so we're going to turn our attention back to the Perth College crew in second spot, and then MLC and St Hilda's fighting it out for third. John 23rd still not out of it, currently in fifth, but they're right behind MLC and St Hilda's, battling for third and fourth. So PLC well and truly out in front. They are rowing exceptionally well. Even though they've got a 4 to 5 boat length margin, they're still winding for the line. They want to make a point of this. They want to reach their top speed, show everyone how quick they are. And it looks like in that race for third and fourth, it is St Hilda's who has pulled ahead of MLC. John 23rd trying to go with them. I don't think either crew are going to be able to catch Perth College. So that is PLC crossing the line in first. Perth College is going to get second, and this race for third and fourth, which has been on since the 1500 metre mark, St Hilda's may have just got a little bit in front of MLC. MLC won't want to give up. They want to be on the third step of that dais. But it is St Hilda's who's managed to pull ahead of MLC. So that's Perth College coming across the line in second spot. And MLC and St Hilda's fighting it out for third and fourth. It will be St Hilda's who got their noses in front, got about a half a boat length now, and they will get across the line in third. MLC in fourth, John 23rd coming across in fifth, and then Penrose in sixth. And now for the final event of the day, the first eights are coming down the course, and in lane 4 we have St Hilda's, coached by Sam O'Connell and Ruby Fox. In lane 5 we have Penrose, coached by Riley Freeman and Monique Rossi. In lane 6 we have MLC, coached by Andrew Lee. In lane 7 we have Perth College, coached by Michael Beer. And in lane 8 we have PLC, coached by David Milne. So the favourites going into this into this event is, of course, PLC and Perth College, who have been first and second, respectively, across each regatta this season, and they are out in front. On the far side, St Hilda's is up into third spot, and they are leading MLC and Penrose on the inside lanes. So with about 750 metres 750 metres down, 1250 to go. This is as close as Perth College has been all season. They still have overlap over the PLC crew. Sometimes when a crew's been dominant all season, this little bit of pressure can get in their heads, make them a little bit flustered. So the job is for PLC to make sure they stay composed, do what they know how to do, which is clean, fast rowing, and stay ahead of the Perth College crew. So they're the boats 1 and 2, and then it's a real fight between 3rd and 4th and 5th. At the moment, St Hilda's currently leading MLC ahead of Penrose, but there's about half a boat length between 3rd, 4th and 5th. So the race for first is between these inside lanes, lane 8 and 7. At the moment, it is PLC. They have less than a boat length lead over Perth College as we move through the 1,000 metre mark. So Perth College is still in touch, and as you know, if you're still in touch, less than a boat length, there's every opportunity to get your bow ball in front before the finish line. And the race for third is really, really on at the moment. So it looks like it's MLC who have moved through St Hilda's and Penrose. And they've probably got about a half length over those other two crews to get themselves into a clear third spot. They're all through the 1,000 metre mark, 1250, and PLC have put a really big push in to try and get some clear water between them and Perth College. Perth College do need to respond to hang in there. There is a little bit of clear water now, so you can feel that the Lucky Band may be breaking a little bit. Perth College really needs to hang in there to give themselves a shot over the last half of this race. So through the premiership quarter, the third quarter of the race, it is PLC who have put the hammer down, with Perth College hanging on for the first half of the race with overlap. They have now lost touch with PLC and a length of clear water down. They themselves are about a length and a half ahead of the MLC crew, and then it's Penrose and St Hilda's. With 500 metres left to go, it is PLC who have really put their stamp on this race. They've got themselves about a length of clear water. Perth College still trying to go with them. They just lost a little bit of touch through that third 500 metres. I think their boat speed is back up to matching PLC's as they are both moving away from the rest of the field. Coming in third is MLC, and then it's a real dogfight between St Hilda's and Penrose for 4th and 5th place. PLC with a lead of about a boat length, maybe a boat length and a half of clear water. Perth College is coming back at them. They've just lost a little bit of touch, but they're moving within the same boat speed. They just lost touch in that third 500 metre, the premiership quarter. That's where PLC has gone and taken this lead, and they are pushing on with it now. 250 metres to go. As always, they're winding for the line, but look at Perth College. They're also winding. These crews want to put some good times down today. In a very tight contest, it is PLC with 150 metres to go, a length of clear water over Perth College. These two crews moving away from the rest of the field, followed by MLC, St Hilda's and Penrose fighting it out for 4th and 5th. Fighting all the way to the line. Leaving everything out on the course. We have PLC coming across the line, and they will take out the 2022 IGSSA, head of the river. In a fantastic race, we have Perth College coming across in a very commendable second spot. And then we have in third spot, MLC holding off the other two crews. A big push through the finish to get themselves distance from Penrose coming across in fourth and St Hilda's rounding out the field in fifth place. So that concludes our racing for today. There will be an awards ceremony downstairs around the finishing tower that starts at 12:30 sharp. So make sure you're down here for the presentations at 12:30. If we could please have all the schools. Head of the River Rowing Regatta. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Robert Henderson, Principal of the host school John 23rd, who will be presenting the awards this afternoon. But first, please welcome John 23rd Vice Captain of Votes, Lara Sivright, to the microphone for the acknowledgement of country.
Thank you, Peter. I begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today.
Thank you very much, Lara. Now, could everyone please be upstanding for the national anthem, which is going to be sung by the John 23rd music captain, Holly Martin. And please feel free to join in.
Yeah. Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thanks. No.
Before we present our awards today, please welcome the Captain of Boats from our host school, John 23rd, Jemima Broderick, to come up and say a few words.
Thanks, Peter. Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to welcome all rowers, families, staff and friends who are not only here in person but are also watching via the live stream at home to this year's IGSSA Head of the River 2022. What a season we've had. This year we've been witnessed unprecedented events, from cancelled regattas due to smoke and weather to the challenges of all the schools have faced during COVID. Even with heavily depleted squads, all schools have managed to continue to put their best foot forward in racing and being competitive this season. A very big thank you to Louise Carson and Rowing WA for being so adaptable in providing the best opportunities to get girls in boats. I would now like to do a few more thank yous to the people and communities who've made this season possible. It'd be great if we could hold our applause to the end. Firstly, to the officials from Rowing WA. Without them here, there'd be no regattas. To Peter Holliday, who's wonderfully kept everyone informed about what's going on in the races and provided brilliant commentary for everyone. To Kelvin Hart and all his team from 4-Star Media Production, who's provided the live stream. This has allowed those who are not here to be a part of this special day. To the staff from St Hilda's and MLC for computing the results and coordinating boat drivers. To the amazing JDC rowing coordinator, Miss Laurel Fortune, who wasn't a part of this community till this year, but has put this day wonderfully together for us. To the JDC parents and staff who've put major efforts into today, we appreciate you all and look forward to going back to back with the excellent Egg and Bacon Trophy for 2022. A thank you to the rowing support groups from all the schools who do their part in hosting regattas, providing wonderful atmosphere with amazing teas and treats, and thank you to all the schools for supporting each host school. Every rower in Cox has a big group of support behind them, from the rowing coordinators and coaches to the families and parents. As when one person in a family rows, everyone rows. So a massive thank you to them. And lastly, to the competitors, the rowers. Congratulations. Whether you have or haven't achieved what you wanted to this season, you've all put a major efforts in. Everyone's given it a red hot crack, braves those cold early morning trainings, done that one more stroke when you really didn't want to. So well done and thank you to everyone. Could you please join me in congratulating everyone? Now I'd like to invite Peter Holiday back to the microphone to announce the results from today.
Thank you very much, Jemima. So today we'll be acknowledging the Senior 8 crews who have won we've got a few awards to present, and they're all with the Senior 8 crews, as well as consistency across the season. But before we do that, look, I'd like to, as a rower myself, speaking to a bunch of rowers in front of me, I'd like you to acknowledge that while winning is an amazing achievement, it should be celebrated, rowing is so much more than winning a race. And I want you all at the end of this presentation, and as you de-rig your boats tonight and put them away in your shed, think about the season that was, the friends you made, the skills you gained, and the hopefully amazing times you shared together. Winning is great, it isn't everything, and while we do celebrate our winners here today, I think everyone here is a winner for participating in this amazing sport and for developing their skills and making friendships along the way. Okay, so we will be presenting crews for the Senior 8 crews, as well as the Head of the River Champion Trophy and Season Trophy will also be presented. So what we will do is the victorious crew of the ones that I call out will get you to come up and stand on the dais while we present you with your trophy. So the results for the Senior 8s are as follows. In third place we had St Hilda's. In second place we had Perth College, and in first place the Senior 8 and the consistency pennant is awarded to Presbyterian Ladies College. So come up, girls, stand on your podium. He's got it there. He's got his hand. So for the second 8s, in third place we had St Hilda's. Third place we had St Hilda's. In second place we had Perth College. And in first place, winner of a trophy donated by the Legion of Oarsmen and also the consistency pennant was Presbyterian Ladies College. Congratulations, girls. The results for the first 8s are as follows. In third place, Penrose College. In second place, Perth College. And the winners of the first 8 and also the consistency pennant is awarded to the Presbyterian Ladies College. We had Jazz Shervington, Chloe Flay, Bella Van Ingle, Cal, Brooke Poole, Ellen Sinclair, Libby Hutton, Tilly Johnson, Pippa Atwell. The Cox was Kate Williams and coached by David Milne. The results of today's regatta and the winner of the Wendy Zudsveld Perpetual Trophy for IGSSA Schoolgirl Head of the River Regatta, donated by the Penrose College Rowing Support Group, is as follows. In 6th position on 103 points, we had John 23rd College. In 5th position on 175 points, we had St Hilda's. In 4th position on 199 points, we had MLC. In 3rd position on 207 points, we had Penrose College. In second position on 213 points, we had Perth College. And in first place on 299 points, we had Presbyterian Ladies College. So I'd like to invite the captain of boats to come up and accept this award. And finally, the results for the season. So this is the perpetual trophy for the IGSSA Schoolgirl Premiers, donated by Rowing WA. So this is points accrued across the whole season. In sixth place, on 136 points, we had John 23rd. In fifth place, on 567 points, we had MLC. In fourth place, on 709 points, we had St Hilda's. In third place, on 823 points, we had Perth College. In second place, on 923 points, we had Penrose College. And the winners on 1,125 points, Presbyterian Ladies College. So if the captain of boats can grab this award as well. I would now like to call on Pippa Atwell, the captain of boat from PLC, to come say a few words.
As mentioned earlier, there are many possible people who have made this regatta possible. So once again, thank you to all the parent support groups and Rowing WA officials, and particularly host school JTC. To all the PLC rowers, you have worked so hard this season and for this win. Nothing has been able to stop you this season, and I'm immensely proud of all of you. Thank you to all of the coaches for making our team the best we could be. We have all learnt so much this year. And to the staff and coaches from the other schools who dedicate so much time in the season. Congratulations to every single rower from the other schools here today, who have dedicated so much time to training. Regardless of sickness, isolation, and missing crews, you truly provided the fiercest competition. Now, PLC, let's hear it, 3 big cheers for the other schools. Hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip. Hooray!
Thank you, Pippa. I'd now like to welcome Mia Fleckhammer and Savannah Stylo, the captain of boats from the runner-up school, Penrose College, to the microphone.
We would like to congratulate all schools on their outstanding performance this season, but most importantly, we would like to congratulate PLC. You went out hard in the 8s, quads and singles and held tight competition all season. You have an amazing sportsmanship and speed and continue to uphold the high bar of competition that IGSSA rowing sets every year.
On behalf of all other schools, can we please have 3 cheers to celebrate the end of our rowing season and of course congratulate the champion school PLC. You girls deserve the win and we wish you the best of luck in the future. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
And congratulations to you all on a fantastic day, and it's amazing to see such great camaraderie between the schools. Look, that does conclude our presentation for today. Congratulations to everyone for your commitment to such a challenging sport. Thank you to all the parents, the supporters, the heads of programs, the coaches. It's been an amazing Head of the River, and I wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you very much.